Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the Strammy. We're literally right where we left off, so uh we're basically just gonna be trying to get this done today. Case 3, and we'll have 2 more after that. Hey Lucy, how you doing? Glad you can make it. Alright. Now let's see what's going on with whoever's up there besides Strongheart. Oh, who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart? I wonder, I've never seen her before. Who is it? Ah, the young champion of the court. He had some success this morning, I understand. And you've thrown the entire government in disarray as a result.
Road rage.
No, it's Elena, hello. Oh. You mean because of Professor Harebrain's experiment? Sham science being demonstrated at London's Great Exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish, and now the politicians are scrambling to respond. Lord Van Zeeks is in Whitehall as we speak, giving it an emergency briefing. Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. If that's what you want to do, that's completely up to you. Doing what you can. The special dispensation that prevents investigation of the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap metal in no time. Scrap metal now, is it? Until later then, Lord Strongheart. She's really pale. Yes, thank you. She's really pale. Oof. Who was that? That was Dr. Courtney Scythe, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. She's leading the forensic investigation team's handling of this case. She was just delivering a report about the victim, in fact. Oh, I see, about Mr. Osmond. Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to re-elevate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. You can find her in the forensics laboratory. Right. Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time. So he's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. Yeah. Apparently you were like 14 freaking hours late. How did you do that? How? What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before? The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created the forensic investigation team a year ago, now, unofficially of course, to pave the way. Goodness, a year ago? At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensic division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and the criminals will suffer dearly. What do you mean? For too long, those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. But London scum is about to be rounded up and burnt in the fires of hell. I intend to see it personally. By creating the finest police force the world has ever known to protect our honor and our future. Look at those eyes. He means every word. Yeah, but it sounds like he's being a freaking jackass, so... I mean, if that's... I don't personally believe in the death penalty at all. Dr. Scythe is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially establish the forensic division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Miko Toba. Yes, my lord? Your father should be in the high speaks as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan. Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of next month. Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart? I mean, yeah. The rich definitely need to be, like, put in their damn place. But I don't think we need the death penalty when it's the cause of so many unnecessary losses of life. Especially people who were falsely accused. With Professor Miko Toba, I mean. It was many years ago now, but yes, I remember Dr. Mikitoba very well. If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student. It was the year I was born, so yeah, 16 years ago in fact. Miko Toba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jigoku accompanied him as a young, promising judge. The punctiliousness and politeness of the Japanese in the time impressed us greatly. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way. I didn't think that you were. Dr. Miko Toba studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals. St. Sinners, if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Scythe was also there then, as it happens. Well, it makes sense. And Dr. Scythe knows my father, does she? She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. But I no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Miko Toba was here studying his subject for some 6 years total. 6 years? That's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it? I lived with my grandmother in those years. So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years? It was a rather turbulent time at home. Oh. Perhaps father wanted a reason to get away. What do you mean, why? Well, clearly something was going on at the time. I don't know, it's clearly something behind the scenes. I wanted to ask you about Lord Van Zieks, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago. but a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty. Is that right? You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper. What? Why? When his brother, Clint Van Zieks, was murdered. It was just after young Barack had graduated from the University of London and became a prosecutor. When obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing. Rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that whenever Barack Van Zieks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind. Oh my word. So Lord Van Zieks isn't the Reaper? It's the ghost of his brother? Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles. Oh yes, Lord Strongheart. Go ahead. It's about Professor Hairbline's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains, if possible. Are you well versed in science, then? Not in the slightest. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently. Well, the special dispensation legally preventing investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. Within a few hours, Dr. Sight's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, as long as you touch nothing. Thank you. But a look at it is better than nothing. And I'll be able to see it too. Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls. We are extremely sorry to have troubled you when you are so busy, my lord. I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium, you understand. Well, I guess let's go back to the frickin'... Wait, new location. Oh! I guess let's first of all... Let's go to the experimentation stage. Because it's probably going to be important to at least look at the thing. Oh! Puppy! I know there were so many people in the world. I know what you mean. It's really packed here today. Feels as though it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowd to this point. Has it? I shut my brain out so I didn't really notice, to be honest. Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruto. There you are. I had a feeling your lot would show your mugs before long. Oh, Inspector Gregson! I see you're hard at work as usual. Warm greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since we last met. What's with all the ceremony? We saw each other in court this morning. Not you, Sunshine. The gentlewoman so loyally at your side. When were you ever freaking polite to her? When? I never remember this happening to her before. Why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice. He might be a bit rumped around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. As you probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene some more. Right. Well, that's the young trainee's domain. Oi, get over here, Gina. She's playing with the puppy. She seems to be busy playing with a puppy. Probably getting a traditional East End training. Gina? She's a police officer now? Amazing, isn't it? She's a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place anyway. She's got the detection bug, if you ask me. Yep, I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely. What do you mean? I'm being transferred. It's time for me to say toodaloo to London. Oh no, really? That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Where are you going to be posted then? We're going to see how you're getting along. Not likely. But you're welcome to try. You don't mind a trip to France, that is. To France? I'll be working in the Paris Police Prefecture. Should be right up my alley. But France, an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there? That's the way the adult works, sunshine. Adult world works, sunshine. Now don't go poking your nose in where it's not wanted. I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go. What? You're taking Gina to Paris? Well, I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what'll become of her? I suppose it's worried she's slipped back into slipping in her hands and people's pockets and purses. I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Nudo. I think he's worried about the Reaper. Oh, of course. So that's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it? Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina, so don't go blabbing to her, you hear me? No, of course not. I've got to keep that Diamond Diva safe and sound till all this is over at least. Oi! Did you just call me a bloomin' Diamond Diva again? So you heard that, did you? Right. Well, any questions about the scene you can put them up to my capable Detective Diva here. Alright, you are the boss. Inspector Lestrade's in charge here now. I suppose I better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. So, Gina, you got a new dog, have you? Isn't he great? Toby's is his name. Good. Oh, how delightful. He's absolutely adorable. Yes, the dog does seem lovely. It's not so lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest. Gina? You're actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's right, is it? I'm gonna be playing with me friend here. My new friend here. Ah, yes, Toby. Bork! Bork! The machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so you don't mind. Sorry, you can't go up there, Suze. Oh. It's like I told Odo yesterday. Even I ain't allowed near that wreck. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it? The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Is that what you were thinking of? That's the one. That was why we only are allowed to investigate it. Where'd they go again? The forensic something? The forensic investigation team? Is that what you were thinking of? That's the one, yeah. But isn't it the cases and the special dispensation has been lifted? think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with you. You're still supposed to get permission from the Bigwood or other, as far as I know. What was his name again? Lord Strange something? I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps. That's the one, yeah. Apparently he's always watching the time or something. Actually, we just recently been to see Lord Strongheart. Eh? You what? You met with him? Last time the boss was called to go and see him. He waited for 3 hours at the Cove's office and came back sniveling. Tragic. Oh god. Oh, my freaking nose. Yeah. Nasty. Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene as long as we touch nothing. Oh yeah? Honestly. Alright then, go ahead. If it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat another chip again in his life. So you're still saying all this is above board, are you? I'm sure everything will be fine. That really would be tragic. Alright then, them's the stairs. Off you go. Oh, thank you, Gina. Actually, I wanna know about Toby the dog. Where'd you find that little mutt then, Gina? Oi! Don't be still full flaming rude, Odo! Slight overreaction, don't you think? He ain't no mutt, alright. Toby's... how do they put it? Oh yeah, a bona fide detective. Sorry? I've given him a proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby to you. More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he? Oh, so he's a police dog, is he? Police recruit dogs now? I've heard that they're already being used officially in Germany as part of their city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell after all. I have a fairly good sense of smell myself as that happens. I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't. What? That's nothing compared to this little fella, Odo. Oh, really? According to what the boss said, once Toby Ears got a good whiff of your drawers, sniffy stiffy. Oh, Bork! You could chase that scent to the other side of the world. What? To the other side of the world? You mean he can swim? Mr. Nanodo, I think you may have missed the point by a rather wide margin. I just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill. I'm telling you, Odo, there's gonna be more dogs doing their bit for the police in the future. Yes, I agree. Right. One of these days, they'll be barking orders at us lot, not the other way around. Bork. Oh dear, sorry Gina, I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. Oh, well anyway, whatever you think about that, Toby here is Britain's first police dog. I found him down in the East End the other day. Someone had just chucked him out on the street. There you go. I knew she lifted him from somewhere. Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals. It was right, weren't it? I had a right laugh. It was a new one on me, that. You know, being in the quartet, not spending the whole time worrying about I'm about to be found out. You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all your previous court appearances, didn't you? Yeah, and always made things hard for me every single time and all. Just doing my job, Gina. Watching something else get it in the neck is a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when he showed that dodgy professor's dodgy experiment what is a total fix. The dodgy professor, as he put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruto's client. Yes, I'm starting to wish he wasn't, though. It's the boss I feel sorry for. Still enough to do the impossible. What do you mean? He's supposed to arrest the other cove, ain't he? And in time for tomorrow and all. You know, the dodgy engineer. What's his name again? Mr. Drebber, you mean? Enoch Drebber? That's the one, yeah. So the police are looking into this mysterious man with the black monocle. I guess they would be. It's putting too much on the boss, he asked me. He says it's giving him a gut ache. Oh dear, but I do wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food. I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. Scott and Yonard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Drebber. I wonder if they had any luck. He's really funny looking. Got two eyes. Don't match. Stole a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, he didn't actually pitch it or nothing. The old devil's got it. Sorry, who? You know, that Scowlin' Reaper's what's always glugging down glasses to the blood-red plunk. Ah, Lord Van Zeeks. He's always at it for me, that cove. Don't know what he's always scowling about mind. Probably would have been a good boss as it goes. She'd rather be the Reaper's apprentice than a detective's trainee? The way I see it. Choices between a chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-glugging demigod. You're really badly off with both. I suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of it like that. Glad we put that one to bed. Anyway, the point is, everyone at the yard's dead set on finding the fishy engineer. But there don't seem to be no clues to go on, so they're stuck. Something that can lead us to Drebber at all? Well, we might as well take a look at the scene. Let's go up. Oh my, so this is the machine that was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place. Yes, that's right, or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment. What extraordinary lengths Professor Harebrain went in order to obtain the research grant? No, the professor was tricked as well. He didn't know anything about it. Yes, of course. It is amazing though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British. You're right about that. You never see such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure. Oh, look, is that... Oh. He's here. Lord Van Zeeks. So I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Miss Susato? Already? He is the Reaper, remember? We do well to keep our distance, I think. We have permission to be here from the top. Really well allowed to investigate this machine, as long as we don't touch anything. From the top? You mean Lord Strongheart? Exactly. So we can sit here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like. She could have been at the center of the explosion here and it wouldn't have bent her steel will. What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders have buckled and twisted in the blast. Wait. Those look like they open. Something tells me... What if it was an illusion? Could that floor have opened that way the person that's in the birdcage can go through and escape to make it seem like he disappeared? Look, Mr. Naruto, that metal grill on the floor. Looks as though it's designed to open. It does, doesn't it? The floor opens at the precise moment the explosion occurred. Yeah, that's fun thingy. Birdcage could have dropped through and disappeared from the site. I don't think there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there? Yeah. This wasn't here yesterday. Really? But I'm not mistaken. It's the cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed through the air. That's right, the birdcage. According to what Professor Harebrained said in court, it's made of wood. Or more precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. Despite having been in an explosion and then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What wonderfully durable construction, what do you say, Mr. Naruto? I don't understand that the forensic investigation team had taken away yesterday to examine it. I suppose they must have brought it back here when they finished their work. Sadly not with the body inside it. No, that's right. I know we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still. This is too important a piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial. Look here, Miss Susato. Oh yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little. I suppose it became because it fell from such a height? Yes, from the height at which the balloon was flying, down in the crystal tower below. From about 30 feet or 9 meters. Even the man isn't inside tragically dead. Well, we got something out of that at least. Look at that horn-shaped transmitting device. Isn't it amazing? That's exactly what I thought when I first saw it. Makes you think, doesn't it? Only had been a normal horn, none of this would have happened. That's almost exactly what I thought as well. I bet I can predict what you're going to say in that next case. You're about to say nothing ever goes to plan, aren't you? Oh no, I would never say something like that. You're trying so hard. Naruto. Least approachable man in the world winner 10 years in a row. Be strong, Mr. Naruto. Your country and your assistants stand firm behind you. Lord Van Zeeks. What? Well, beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently, you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs. Oh, I read them. So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited. Well, the thing is, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate, on the condition that we didn't disturb anything. And yet you've managed to disturb me. Oh. Never mind. State your business then. Come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Van Zeeks about. Not least of which is that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this. Ask away, Mr. Naruto. You won't know unless you try. So, Clint. What's the name of your older brother, I understand, Lord Van Zeeks? You Nipponese. I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So you've been investigating me, have you? Oh, no, it's not like that. Alright, it is a bit like that. My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Van Zeeks family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us. The professor, you mean? Is something funny? That's the extent of what you discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised. Sorry, there's more to it then? Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it? Ah, you're too kind. Are you going to tar all Nipponese with the same brush next? So tell me, what's your interest in that historic incident? As it happens, Lord Van Zeeks, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Are you aware of the man of Tuspel's museum in Blackspur by any chance? I am, naturally. I believe that since last month I feature in one of the displays there for public scorn. Of course, the infamous Street Brother Bailey would have been exhibited, wouldn't he? Well, a particular last word has been stolen in the place and held for ransom. A particular waxwork, which... Wait, you mean? Yes, it's the professor. Shone's investigating this case as we speak. I was unaware of that. He's turned white as a sheet. Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Drebber, already? Surely that goes without saying. We're very keen to see him found as well. The trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier. Which, according to Professor Hairbrain, was of a tall, thin gentleman who was straight, white hair, and wears a black monocle. So I was just wondering, I mean, it's probably not possible, but, very much appreciate any more clues you can give us. Wow, Suzuto-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns. Fine, why not? I have a photograph of the man here from an investigation 10 years ago. He looks like a douchebag. Though what happens, he's already had that black monocle at the time. What? Oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us. We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow, which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph? What is it about Lord Van Zieks? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. Oh, it's the apprentice. The file requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you. Are you alright? Who is this man, Mr. Naruto? Lord Van Zieks' apprentice, apparently. So I'm not the only one. Shito-san can see it too. Lord Van Zieks? May we speak with your apprentice for a moment? With him? Why? Kazuma-sama! Yeah, I wouldn't... Kazuma? I don't believe it. Your posture, your presence. It can only be... It's you, isn't it? Isn't it, Kazuma-sama? Yeah, I wasn't doubting it. He had the aura. I felt something strange the first time I encountered this cloaked figure. As if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kazuma? Wait! Too late. What's going on here? What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man or something. Oh, well, since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago. Lord Strongheart introduced him to me about 3 months ago now. With instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor. But he didn't tell you why, did he? The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself. Well, that would explain things. The blow to his head was more... The blow to his head caused amnesia instead of death. He has amnesia? Tomorrow he will appear in court as my side. What? He's to serve as my judicial assistant on Lord Strongheart's orders. You'll be in court with us? Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course. Oh, yes, thank you. I definitely saw a reaction there. Shito-san called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. Called out Kazuma-sama. You'd already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruto? Yes, yesterday, in fact, at Lord Vincey's office. I see. And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us. I know. I'm gonna need to speak to him about that. You're going to have to leave now. The forensics investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems. What sort of problems? Foreign affairs problems. Well, we could do without that. Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Miss Suzuto. Of course. Well... probably a good idea to, like, go here, maybe? Because it is a new location. I believe this is it. Other side of the laboratory. Chemical smell really assaults the nose. There's plenty to assault the eyes in here, too. Looks as though the doctor isn't here. But we're here now, so we may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think? What a scenes and tourists you become, Suzuto. You just have a little look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. I guess. Look at all the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What assortment of chemicals. These ones here are labeled highly toxic. Ah, that's worrying, because there's also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there. Oh, yes, and they actually say salt and pepper on them. Doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes. Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. I guess so. Table and a sharp set of tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing? Might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing the large tome that's open on the desk does make me wonder, though. How can anybody concentrate on bookwork with this acrid odor of chemicals in the air? You either have to have a cast iron constitution, or a really terrible sense of smell. Either or. Especially seem to have pale things floating around inside them. Suppose they're fruit liquors or something. Or like the pickled Umbisha plums we have back home. Ah, Father had jars like that in his laboratory as well. I expect they're human organs in preserving solution. Probably as examples of some rare medical condition. Miss Suzuto, are there some things in the world that it's perfectly fine never to know about? Ever? Oh. So as I said, I'm sure their fruit liquors are umabushi, aren't they? Of course! Look at this big thick book here. Big thick book. Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various amounts of equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. 500? You must be working really hard on dissecting corpses. I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. Scalpel blades can be sharpened too. It does seem a bit strange, you're right. 500 scalpels a month? What would they possibly be using all them for? Who knows? What are you doing? Ah. There she is. Sorry, we, had something we wanted to ask about. You weren't here, so... So you thought you'd snoop around? Now that's acceptable to you people from the East, is it? Well, what do you want? Lord Strongheart told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body. Mr. Osmond's body, I mean. So I came to ask you about your findings. On Lord Strongheart's advice. Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice has given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. But when we're done, you must leave immediately. So, you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from its examination of the scene? The victim, Mr. Odie Osmond, who disappeared from the experimentation stage amid an explosion. And Mr. Osmond, who appeared moments later partway up to the Crystal Tower, were without question one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion. Huh? But that can't be right. If it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it was carried out. Let's see. If two people who looked very similar to each other were involved, they could have made it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they? Yeah. Very true, but sadly in this instance that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. The fingerprints at the scene made that quite evident. But fingerprints? They're not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system. But one day they will be used as an investigative aid as a matter of course. My, but that would mean that the insidious kinesis actually took place. So, where does that leave us? My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions. Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, and yet the body did move from one place to the other. This hasn't cleared up anything at all. It's made the whole thing even more of a mystery. Mama, what is this? Oh my god. Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? This is a lawyer, dear. Oh. Hello? To meet you? Pleased to meet you? Yeah. Mama? Yes? Can I get this one up? Ma'am! Ma'am! What? I've never seen inside an Easter person before. I want to know what it looks like. Oh! That's going in some racist territory there. Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see. Boring. I think I just had a near-death experience. Oh dear, Mr. Noto, you're as pale as a corpse. Let's see before I'm mistaken for one. What are you doing at the moment, Doctor? Keeping a close eye on things so no impertinent Easterners think they can look around my office. Are there such impertinent Easterners around? How terrible. Yes, you. She doesn't mince her words, Miss Suzuto. I think perhaps it's time we left. Is Sholmes here at all? No. I guess let's go to Tuspells. Because there's probably something more to do here. Oh my, no wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I'd like to turn on my heels and go straight home, via the confectionery. Being scared makes you crave sweets? I can understand that. I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but... there's no sign of Mr. Sholmes anywhere. That's strange, you should be here investigating the abduction of the waxwork. Oh well, I suppose we'll have to come back again later. Yeah, he's not here. But what do we have to do now, then? Use the scorching on the ground that you mentioned. Yes, and there's what's left of the green balloon's envelope. All clear evidence of a balloon that exploded on the day of an incident. Poor Professor Harebrain. I do feel sorry for him and his dreams that have been shattered like this. Almost well he truly burst his bubble at word ha ha ha. Ouch. I'm a bad person. Ouch. Gina, you're actually one. Oh, wait. Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like. Oh. For some reason, they... Oh. Can you do anything, Gina? In your capacity as Inspector Lestrade? Look, I'd like to help you out. But I'm just a trainee, ain't I? Ain't nothing I can do. Suits you, yes. So what do I have to do then? I wonder. Am I missing something? Oh, wait. Wait. If Toby can smell anything, could he know where Drebber is with this? Yeah, I'm still learning me letters at the moment. I mean, A to E, so it ain't too much bleeding trouble. Actually, Jen, it's the back of the card that's important. Eh? How come? Sturdy old smudge in the back, that's all. Turns out that this very high-quality French machine oil, it's a very particular scent, apparently. Don't say, let's have a whiff then. Sure, I don't smell nothing. No, we didn't mean that you should smell it. Oh, right, you mean Toby. His scent smell is so good he can track people over the oceans, can he? Mr. Harebrant informs us that this oil is unique to Mr. Drebber's workshop. I think he's picked up a scent. Does it mean if he follows the scent of this oil, Toby could lead us to that dodgy Cove's workshop? That's right. That's exactly what we're hoping. Alright then, we'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that. What? Wait, when did you... Once a pickpocket, always a pickpocket. If I can lead everyone to that Drebber's workshop, I'll be the boss's boss before next week. Oh yes, Gina. I'm sure you'll be promoted. Poor Gregson. Right then, Odo, leave it to me. Sorry? We're gonna get going after that dodgy Engineer's Cove right this minute. Oh, but hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard duty here all the time. Afraid we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Gina. Oh, right. Oh, well, never mind. It ain't gonna be me what gets it in the neck. It'll be the boss. Poor Gregson again. Ready, Toby? Now that oil scent, have ya? Come on then, boy. See you later. Off they go. I do hope the scent of that oil leads them to that swindler's workshop. Yes, I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the channel to France. Well, I think we've all done the embassy we can here for now. Just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Drebber. Sure Gina and the little Toby won't let us down. Now then, do you think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point? We have the things to discuss and I'm dying to meet him again after all these months. Yes, it's quite possible you might know something useful, you're right. I'll find him at Madame Tuspel's. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit. Yes, Iris told me about his latest unusual venture. Alright. Here we are again, at the House of Horrors. Afraid I haven't got used to the place yet. I'm still like to turn on my heels and go straight home, via the confectionery, of course. So San really is after something sweet today, isn't she? What's the matter? Look, Mr. Noto, look at that waxwork. Quite sure it wasn't there before. It looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes down to the very last detail. Aha. What is it? Oh, sorry, I think you'll find... That's the temporary waxwork himself. Ah, the friend of my dedicated employee. Oh, yes, hello again. It's Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I must say, I'm quite spellbound by the great detective. He is a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs. You don't mean... But yes, the mystery is solved already. Wow, Mr. Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough. So as you see, he's returned to his habitual duties. Yes. His habitual duties? Laws. Do not disturb, Poor Suzuto-san. She looks very perplexed. Ah, yes, the heavy curtains in the middle of the House of Horrors. Where's on the other side of them? You just know it's going to be terrifying, don't you? Sign says it's the Madame Tussville special exhibit. Seems you have to pay extra to go inside. I know, can you believe that? Pay more money? As if we haven't been scared enough already. It's not my doing, Mr. Naruto. You really do need to speak with Mr. Sholmes, and I'm longing to say hello again. Where is he? He's right there! There he goes. There he goes. I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually. Oh, what are you... Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I. The world-famous detective in waxwork, Herlock Sholmes. Susato-san! Susato-san! Oh, God. Oh, God. My most humble apologies. I thought I died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment, via London. My dear madam, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point. Some gets down to questionable street food quality. I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes? Merely a secret identity, you understand. Through the case is largely solved now. Largely solved? We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume. Indeed we are, my good fellow. As predicted, it was as easy as proverbial pie. Though I confess I'm yet to partake of a pie, proverbial or otherwise, or any food so far today for that matter. Hungry Sholmes. That stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum. So how did you manage to solve it so quickly? Ah, well, you'll remember I say it was largely solved. Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprits. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone? Oh yes, it's the most modern invention. I'll let you hold a conversation with people far away. Japan, only imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet. This morning, a telephone call was received here from the proprietor of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork was returned. That's amazing. Just between you and I, it would appear that the culprit had already always intended to return the stolen upgrade in any event. Oh, but I thought whoever's responsible had demanded a ransom, no? Yes, I think perhaps the ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive. Does that not mean your negotiating was entirely unnecessary? A fact that I must ask you to keep from Madame Tussbells at all costs. A hungry young Iris awaits my return to Baker Street after all. Poor Iris. Now then, since we have some business with this great waxwork. We're in the process of trying to track somebody down. Oh? Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. He's a swindler who duped Professor Harebrained and the engineer who built the Kinesis machine. A swindler and an engineer. Quite the modern man. He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts too. Considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. You have a few clues, so few clues to go on, that's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas? I have no idea yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew something of the man's appearance at least, I may be in better position to help. Yes, Trevor's appearance. Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy myself and little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I should gladly give you my thoughts on it. Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us? My dear Naruto, stay that piercing stare. What is this about? Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship. Your words were very clear. So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. You told us that it was a murder, and you examined Kazuma-sama's body. Indeed. And wherein lies the problem? We met him earlier today, the victim, Kazuma Asogi. You're quite sure? He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure it was Kazuma-sama. You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead. Well, I do not seem I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere at the moment. But the fellow wasn't dead at all. Ah, ha ha ha! Priceless. I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruto? I could believe that the crewman present at the time made a mistake. But not you, Mr. Sholmes. I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Please, Mr. Sholmes. Tomorrow in court, you will find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that is all I can say. Great. Sholmes, you cast your eyes over this photograph or print. It's of Mr. Enoch Drebber, the face of the engineer we seek. Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course. So looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive. Are you alright, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes, forgive me. Very interesting, miss. Very interesting indeed. What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You turned quite pale all of a sudden. I have a suggestion, Mr. Noto. Will you indulge me? Oh, well, what is it? As I explained to you when we arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned. And I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains. Oh yes, the Professor exhibit, isn't it? Would you like to see it? For a mere 5 shillings. That's a special one-time only price, you understand. What? The opportunity won't come again, I might add. Wouldn't you like to see the fruits of my labor? Well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone? The price is very reasonable, 5 shillings. I think you'd find it's well worth it. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes? Sure, you need only look at my expression to ascertain if this seriousness or silliness. I can never tell you with you. That's the point. Very well. It couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings. Gratefully received. So the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I invite you to pursue it at your leisure. Well, the money's been spent, so let's go see the special exhibit. Through those heavy curtains at last. $5 we've had to pay. Doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Sholmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it? I'm doing alright, how are you? I have a vague idea of who it could be, but we're kind of in the process of looking for that guy. We still haven't quite found him yet because he's been hiding. Oh, we can ask Yuna to retrieve it for us using her special skills. Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives? Is that what makes Britain great? Not to mention, demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands are chip-loving prosecutors. Inspectors, not prosecutors. Inspector Gregson comes off rather well in that list, I think. So what's behind the curtain? What is behind it? Oh. Where's the head? Where's the head? Oh dear, I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as we walked in here. Miss Suzuto. Said we turn on our heels and go straight home via a really big confectionery. We certainly can't do that. We paid 5 shillings already. True. Actually, I'm looking a little more closely. Pay good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. Nerve of the great diddling detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place. This be what Mr. Sholmes meant when he said the case was largely solved. Be that as it may, Sholmes heavily implied there would be a clue about the engineer in here, didn't he? But where? So if we paid... Wait. Paid 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we? Well... Yes, we will get what we paid for. Is that fear or frustration? That's making Suzuto-san's voice tremble. I don't remember seeing this guy over here. This part of the exhibition is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real. There's a young man in a white overcoat. And he has a large shovel in his hand too. Look. Actually investigate in a little more detail. Wait. Why do you have a camera? What's this here? Well, this would appear to be a lens in the middle, so... I believe it's probably a camera. Camera, but it's so small. Just technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Sheldon's skin prints? See, perhaps you should treat Mr. Sheldon's invention as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, why would the man be in a graveyard at night with a camera? I wonder... Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film? Well, we'll just borrow this for a little while, I think. By looking at the photograph plate inside the camera, you see what picture was taken. What's a photographic plate? It's a piece of glass coated in a special emulsion that reacts to the light coming in through the lens. If we open the cover at the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look. You should see yourself, Suzuto-san. Your eyes are shining. You really do like machinery, don't you? And we got a shovel here. What a large shovel. He's holding it rather ominously, isn't he? What on earth was the man doing with a shovel in the middle of the night? Miss Suzuto. Yes? That's a spade, isn't it? No, it's a No, it's a shovel. No, no, no. Shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. Okay. This is a bit of a... This is a bit of a reference to a series-long thing where, yeah, like people freaking arguing about ladders and step ladders, but now it's shovels and spades. We've been through this, Mr. Naruto. It's a shovel. No, 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 no. Although, we haven't considered trowels. We allowed ourselves to be distracted, I feel. Perhaps we should concentrate on what the man was doing with the implement. So we're going to bury the hatchet? You're right, though. What was the man doing in the graveyard in the first place? That's the real question. Wild. It's quite a large lamp the man's carrying. Or is that a lantern? It's not unlike a Japanese chalk and paper lantern, actually, is it? Lamp, lantern, chalk and... Point is, it casts very little light. To be walking alone in the graveyard at night with only this... Well, I certainly couldn't do it. I'm not sure I could visit a graveyard at all, even in broad daylight, to be honest. We have anything else? Anything? Anything? Surprised we don't even get to see the dude's face proper. This must be the killer, being known as the Professor. Yes, I think so. Actually, hang on. Before we move on, I need to, like, look at this. Oh, look, the cover came open. Yes, now, there should be a glass plate inside. change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see. Something wrong? There is no plate. It's been removed. Ah, what a pity. I suppose if you think about it. This wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. So we never find a photograph or print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway. Oh, yes, you're quite right, of course. Poor Suzuto-san, she looks devastated. Oh, well, we tried. What a wonderful machine. You really love contraptions like this, don't you? Oh, yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible. Almost irresistible, surely. Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart. That's worrying. Yes, father tells the time by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's giving up having a watch. Poor Professor Mikotoba. Wait, blood? Look, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? On the bellows just here. There seem to be some very dark stains. Yes, you're right. Looks like blood, actually. Oh my. I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. That's weird. That's weird. According to what Madame Tuspel said, he killed 5 victims, all of noble or royal blood. So lifelike, isn't it? All the models in this place. I know, it looks like it could start moving at any moment, doesn't it? Something had a head, that is. I should examine it in a little more detail. So this is the condemned man. Yes, the so-called professor. Then perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine? No. I'm pretty sure he was sent to the gallows. Unable to find PC emerged from this crazy headless ghost. Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Miss Suzuto? Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see? And perhaps Mr. Shohm's Island Mine, you forgot to reattach it? Or it didn't come with the head, so you need to go find it. That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it? Or perhaps the MSM forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum. And that would be extremely absent-minded thief. Could there have been some reason why only the head wasn't returned? Well, whatever the reason, it means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Oh. There's something caught just inside the convent's jacket there. Looks like a piece of broken glass. Quite a big piece, too. It's very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than a normal window glazing, I'd say. Where could such a thick piece of glass have come from, I wonder? I suppose it must have been thick to increase its strength. But why? Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as a big building, for example. Well, we have a large glass building recently, haven't we? Some of the glass was broken, too. You don't mean... Exactly, the Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition. Why would glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged in this waxwork's jacket? Makes you think, doesn't it? Yeah, that's odd. Early in court, we established that the kinesis experiment was a trick. Now we discover this fragment of glass here in this waxwork. Is it just a coincidence? Get weird. This piece of glass is almost as thick as it is wide. Yes, I've never seen anything like it. Where to compare it to a human? Only Mr. Sholmes had such thick skin. There's really no need for such a comparison, Mr. Naruto, as you well know. Anyway, it can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely. Yes, I think so too. It was probably made especially to meet the demands of that great structure. Probably. Do you have anything else? Wait, there's more here. Which means I haven't seen everything on this guy. Can't see his face very well, can you? Perhaps if I just... Oh, do you think you should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Naruto? Put it back exactly as it was, don't worry. Oh. It's Drebber! Oh. What on earth? How can... I don't believe it. A black monocle. So no, it's possible that this man is... Yes. It's Enoch Drebber. Color of his hair is different, but it's unmistakably him. I guess that's why his hair went white. Indeed it is. Mr. Sholmes. This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe. Yes, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? And why does the convict behind him have no head? The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise. So then the case isn't yet solved, is it? Did I not say so myself? Largely solved were my words, I believe. When I must locate the missing head, tout this sweet, as Madam would say, or I'll be in grave trouble. A very hungry Irish still awaits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations. Arg. Do you know something, though? Something about this room is strange. Strange? What do you mean? Well, displays in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not? Indeed they are, Mr. Tuto. Do go on. And as terrifying as they are, scenes in the other exhibit are believable. This one. Surely couldn't ever really have happened, could it? I think it's time I educated you a little. About the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago. I believe I told you about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, everyone being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies. Oh gosh, enormous hound, how awful. After taking the life of his victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand accordingly. The professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted. A closed court? So you mean the professor's identity? As you surmised, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty, and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair. Oh. The very night that he was buried, the convicted man came back to life. Came back to life? He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard. The exhibit here depicts that very scene as described by the sole witness of those chilling events. There was a witness? But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than the young man in the white overcoat. Enoch Drebber, he saw it happen? What a wild way to frickin' witness. So this is a wax remodel of Enoch Drebber. 10 years ago, the convicted professor, having been gibbeted and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old. It's so horrifying. Scared of his wits, the young Drebber ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. In the sheer terror of what he had seen, Tav turned his hair white overnight. Yes, as shown as a photograph we have of him. His hair is completely white. The following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page in the capital. The public was very frantic for every last detail about the killer who had come back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was even created here at Madame Tuspel's. I can't quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. But what I don't understand is what Mr. Drebber was doing in the first place. In a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night. What was he up to? The professor's acts of terror threw London's upper classes into complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer has ever been systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder. Yes, I can imagine the impact the case must have had. But in time, of course, the rumors abated. So too did the talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlor tale. But why did people stop believing it? Why, simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact. What do you mean by no resurrection? The police investigated the game in Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution. No! But that would mean Mr. Drebber must have lied to the police and the newspapers. That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. Now, the young man seems to have vanished from the society, and nothing has been heard from him since. It's rather striking, then, that he should resurface now, don't you think? Of course, convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life. That's not possible. River's hair is unusually white. That really did happen overnight as a result of shock. It's hard to believe that the incident was an out-and-out lie. What the bleeding Nora, Oto? What have you gone and done? Chino, what are you doing here? I asked Iris, and she said this is where you'd be, so... Gino, not so loud in the museum! Madame Tussville's will have you take a position as a wet work if you're not careful. I think there might be more pressing concern. I still had some flash powder left from 6 months ago, so... Alright, Gino, understand, but please, put down the gun. Sorry, I got scared. You should try being the one on the other end of the barrel. So what brings you here, Gina? What brings me here? What do you think? We found it. We found that dodgy Co's workshop. What? You found Drebber's workshop? Yep. Toby's nose took me straight there. Boss and the others are heading over there now in a drag, so come on. Here's the address. I got the boss to write it out. Well, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once. Alright then, see you there. Bork, bork. You go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here, being still. What? I know my place, and the exhibit over there. Oh dear, someone is feeling sorry for himself. Let's go, Mr. Sholmes, you're coming. Your words hearten me, I must say, but if it were to shirk my duties here... Madam would have me pay monetary recompense and Iris's dinner plate would be empty once more. Forget that, I'll pay for everything. Then there's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail a carriage at once. No offer to share the cost for Mr. Sholmes, then. I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Mr. So. Right, let's go. Well, let's find that little weasel. That looks like... Oh, it's another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Indeed, it would appear so. Only a prototype, naturally. Ah, you got here. So you got here, then. Gina! Well done for finding this place. In such a little time. You really worked miracles. It's Toby here, the miracle worker. Work! Ah, I thought you lot would show up before long. Hello, Inspector. That's one knitted brow. It looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips. So, Inspector, is any sign of the engineer? Sadly not. Couldn't find a soul in here. Oh, what a shame. Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us a chance to investigate. Wonder what Gina tells me only found it thanks to a clue that you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to say go to the Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid now, would I? Thank you. Anyway, if you're open to snoop around in here, I'd get cracking. Lord Van Zeeks and the forensics investigation team are on their way here as we speak. Them again. I imagine you've got the picture by now. You don't take too kindly to lawyer types. Right. So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance. And you, Sholmes. Pardon? They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do to lawyers. Very droll, Gregson, very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model. Right then, let's see what we can find in here. Ah, this appears to be most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? It's impressive looking back, Miss Doctor, that's for sure. No doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains would soon go away. What? It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist would wish for no higher honor. Ah. Would you like a massage? No, I'm fine, thank you. I had no idea it was such a grand thing. I think it's becoming increasingly clear. There's much more to this Mr. Enoch Drammer than conjuring tricks. I don't agree more, my dear madam. And how about you, Mr. Naruto? Wouldn't you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course? He's not going to let that go, is he? It's curious, though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be probably on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times. There's a little metal plaque here, look. Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery. It seems rather ironic, doesn't it? Clearly, Mr. Jubber really was a very talented scientist. This is... It's a European-style quiver of arrows with steel bolts inside. Oh, do you suppose... Crossbow bolts, please? Just the right size for the bow you just turned up at the exhibition grounds. In other words... Yep, that's more evidence to support your theory. It will also show that Trevor was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes of the whole scam. Sorry, Mr. No. That machine is covered by the Special Equipment Act. It would be serious for if you were to examine it, from the Crown and the government. Well, those two don't seem to be holding back. It's quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow. No loose change drop on the floor and nothing. Not even a bone for Toby here, my dear fella. British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they? I think that's just these two, Mrs. though. Anything else? Oh, what's this? What on earth is this? An aeroplane, Mr. Naruto. One day, scientists believe it will allow humans to fly freely in the skies. So now the trick will be described, is it? Sorry? Well, it's actually suspended by a thin, very long cable, isn't it? Oh, well, this model is, yes, but a real airplane would actually fly high in the sky. All suspended from somewhere even higher in the sky, of course. Because large metal objects obviously can't really stay in the mid-air unsupported. So to you, the solution is even ever taller towers. That is sure a solution. Store doesn't want to open. Yeah, looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it. Specialist locksman on his way over from the yard, so hands off till he gets there. With permission, Inspector, I could have that lock open in less than a minute. We don't have permission, and no one's given it to you. Rexon looked as though he really enjoyed that. Well, there's no sound or anybody on the other side. No, German must have fled at the first sign of danger. Thud. Oh. Oh. Something wrong, Mr. Stowe? I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, Gina, did you hear it too? Yeah, I heard it and all. What do you reckon, Toby? Right, mind the grease. Whoever's in there, open up. This is Scotland Yard. Oh my, someone is in there. This rotten bleeding lock. My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago. If only it were consonants, I could unlock that door in less than a minute. Fine, I'll take the rap for it. Just get through that blasted door. There, you may enter at will. You confuse minutes with seconds, I think. Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? For it, suppose. It's an emergency. Strong possibility that beyond the door is the engineer you all seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow. Yes. Why is there sticks of dynamite with a timer on it? Are you gonna be a frickin' bomb? Are you gonna be a bomber, Mr. Dremer? Mr. Drebber? What's happening here? Why's that thing upside down? Rats, there ain't nothing doing, no one in here after all. There must be. It's only a moment ago that we heard those noises. It was the sound of Drebber running away. There's only one door in this room. And no windows that accord an escape route. Those skylights are too high. But there's frickin' footprints up there. What's that up there? Are they footprints on the ceiling? Blow me, what do we have here then? Looks like someone's trying to burn something in a hurry. That looks like a set of blueprints. So what? That Professor Harebrain's barmy machine, is it? Blimey, if we had these, there'd have been no need to muck about trying to investigate all that scrap metal. There's something of great interest here, too. This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar. A rope? What's significant about that? Never mind. You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruto. We smashed the entire room thoroughly, and before the forensic investigation team arrived too. Mr. Sholmes, have you found something? Ah, Mr. Nodo. Yes, and pointed back to something rather fascinating. What do you make of this? Let's see. I've never seen anything like it before. Looks like a bundle of thick cigars. Cigars. Suto, what's the matter? That's a... Surely that's a time bomb, isn't it? What did you say? Time bomb? Sorry, but what is a time bomb exactly? Eh? Ah, you truly are one of a kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I won't take that as a compliment. Ha, you don't know nothing, do you, Odo? You don't got a clue what it is either, have you, Gina? I invite you to consult a dictionary later, Mr. Naruhodo. But this particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it has a very similar appearance. Well, thank goodness, but then, what is it? I see, so that's it. Goodness, Mr. Sholmes, have you seen to the heart of the matter? There are a few times when I consider my lot most unfair. For I am fated never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. But I have learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Miss Susato. Here we go. I feel a great deduction coming. Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first, and is that the inverted nature of the room in this room is the work of Mr. Drebber himself. How could you... And the second conclusion is that the small device on the floor there is without a question completely genuine. Please, Mr. Sholmes, you must explain everything. It would be a pleasure. After all, it is the great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade. That is a perfect face. Well, Inspector Grevin seems delighted with the idea anyway. Oh, you developed an inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Miss Sholmes. Well done. You're too kind, my dear madam. I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Miss Susato. Yes, I'd be delighted. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Rare that we get two of these in one freaking case. It is plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table, the chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had until recently been happily positioned on the ceiling, poorly falling straight down onto the floor. Every item in the room was on the ceiling? Are you suggesting that... Oh. I see a code there for the safe. Indeed, the key here is gravity. It would appear that technology has succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the Earth. For the gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality. Goodness, The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. I quite understand your skepticism, Miss Uto. I too was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device, almost identical to the one featured in a dream of mine only the other day, in fact. But then why does it have a clock on it? A most relevant question indeed. This is a timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. There was clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. And the commotion we heard from earlier in the other side of the door was the moment that restoration occurred. Yes, the reason why everything is here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. So you see, we need to look no further than explain this state in which we are now finding in this room. The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Drebber, before being restored to normally in an automatic fashion sometime later by the time device. I have witnessed precisely this scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed. God. Now, let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer's friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain this action is above our heads. Yes, how is it possible there's footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Or the frickin' balloon. He was probably holding on to it and then put his feet on the damn ceiling. However, there is but one way into this room, accepting the skylight, that is. Ah. Oh, what did we get? By inverting the gravity here, Drebber was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way. No? Seeing in here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. Gravity reversal was sudden. Wouldn't Mr. Drebber have fallen up on the ceiling rather violently? Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. But the man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. The rope. To reach the intended destination was a better tool than this rope. By anchoring one end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Which explains how Drebber was able to escape this room before our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun. Okay, Sholmes, okay. Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. She's completely spellbound. Mr. Sholmes, there's just one thing that troubles me. I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life. Oh, that's... That's a bit of a reference to Columbo. And considering that this game series was inspired off of Columbo, it makes complete sense. Thing is, it's such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean? I would say that with man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis. But your whole detection hangs onto it. Ah, but my dear fellow, when you have limited the possible, whatever remains must be the truth. However, probably it may seem. It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my enduring pearls of wisdom. I had Iris come up with the exact phrasing. My original was clumsy. Yes, I have a feeling I read it in something that Miss Suto lent me once.
Objection.
Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, the spell is broken at last. The rope you found on the floor, wasn't it? Indeed it was. It lonely coils near the wall. But if Mr. Drebber had used it to escape in the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall? Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, and as I think you'll find, do ropes. And as evidence of such, you only look at the mystery we face in this room, now skillfully unraveled. That argument is as circular as the coils of rope. I think perhaps we might need to get Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. Sure, with some minor corrections, the great detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth. Yes, you're right. We must do it quickly before Enoch Drebber gets too far away. If you're ready, then let's resume. Herlock Sholmes, logic and reasoning spectacular. It's plain to see this room is complete disarray. The bed, the table, the chairs, and the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had until recently been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down on the floor. Every item in the room was on the ceiling? Are you suggesting that? Indeed, the key here is gravity. It would appear that the technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the Earth. Where the gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality. Goodness! The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. I think gravity would have been reversed in this very room. I find the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive such an explanation. The man himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility, so... Yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once. Oh, that's unusually merciless of you, Mr. Uto. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Great detective himself said so, didn't he? Or refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices. Yes, suppose so. Let's see if examine this topic everything a little more closely. We have some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. Well, well, I wasn't expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers in here, that's for sure. Look at that! I know, that slender vase looks like it's about to topple at any moment, but the flowers are thriving. So what makes you think of the fragility of life, wouldn't you say? To be honest, Mr. No, something else about it has a rather deep impression on me. Yeah, it's right side up.
Take that!
The upright face clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. Upon my word, Mr. Odo, you surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps? No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes, trust me. As you rightly say, though it appears at first glance that all the furniture in the room is upside down. This unassuming slender vase is standing keenly to the attention. And unlike the large safe, there is nothing affixing it to the floor. And an exception that breaks the rule. In short, much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never inverted at all! My deepest sympathies for your loss. Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes. But the show must go on, so let us continue with our deductions. Now that we know this contrivance is not in fact an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility. You don't say. Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here. Which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that? Quite, and naturally there is an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything out there has been turned down upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. He's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't he? Afraid the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong. Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. Whoever it was must have had a reason. I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though. Let's look around and see if the answer presents itself. Right here.
Take that!
The safe combination. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination. Precisely, and I believe, Mr. Naruto, that you had a very similar experience once, did you not? Yes, last year. When I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number down on the inside cover of a book, just in case. That's it. For people all forgetful souls at heart, you can always make a written note of important information. Just keeping the ticket itself would be more sensible, I think. And what, pray, happened next, Mr. Naruto? When the day of the draw came around, I found which book I had written the number in and had to turn my room upside down to find it. That's it. For people forgetful souls at heart, and always forget where they've noted things down. Not if you always note things in the same place. I actually won the second prize, you know. But I couldn't remember which magazine I'd slipped the ticket into, so I did... Thank you, Mr. Noto, but I believe I proved my point now. Which is that very similar scenario is clearly unfolded in this room. Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupant in this room needed the combination code. He remembered that he'd written down on the side of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one. Leading to the state in which we are now, find the room. Yes, Mr. Trevor, I've turned all the furniture in here. In a desperate hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe. Which probably means he's inside the freaking safe. Now let's consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain this action is above our heads. Yes, how is it possible there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? Question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Well, if a change in the direction of gravity can't explain it, how did those footprints get there? Yes, I feel this little particular mystery has just become even harder to solve. Can't think of any other way to explain it at all. Oh, life was much simpler in those halcyon days when gravity could be reversed. It was minutes ago, and those halcyon days never existed in the first place. Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Sholmes and observe the area in more detail. Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into the situations in the first place. Aha! It's hard to believe, but the shoe up there, look. Yes, and there are more footprints on this little balloon, too. Perhaps the shoe was thrown up there and became lodged, do you think? If so, then judging from the number of footprints, it must have been thrown up several times. Why don't they been throwing shoes up the ceiling, though? Oh dear, that's beyond me, I'm afraid.
Take that!
The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. And on closer inspection, there are clearly footprints on all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon. But for what purpose? The green balloon. That seems somewhat familiar data. Ah. This piece of green balloon's envelope that Mr. Noto and Iris found at the scene. Inside the green balloon that Master Gotts claims he saw above the stage where the incident occurred. Second birdcage, the crux of the whole incident is Kinesis deception. You mean to say, if we assume the balloon in here is a model of the one used on the day, strong possibility something may be concealed inside it. Something our scouter was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. But the balloon's out of reach. Hence why he resorted to a projectile, namely the shoe. Most probably, Trevor intended to tear a hole in the envelope by assailing it with the shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of those lofty heights. Oh dear, we necessarily need to examine that balloon. Well, there was some way we could see inside. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Well, the rope. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? She almost managed to bring the deduction back to the rope. Alright, I have to admit, that was clever. Let me just throw the rope up to the balloon, and then pull it back down above on the ground. Which is much easier said than done, I feel. Could take us a very long time as well. True, perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one, of course, don't we?
Take that!
The crossbow. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this crossbow? It was found on the scene, in fact. Unlikely it belongs to Mr. Trevor. The man had only brought it away with him that day. It have avoided losing your shoe at such a critical time as this. So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that Enoch Drebber has hidden inside the balloon? Oh. Huh? Is that the frickin' head for the waxwork? What the? A waxwork? Indeed it is. A waxwork head inside a metal mask. A mask that is shut tight and fastened with such a strong and quite impeccable lock. So we can't see the face inside, that means. Just a moment. This is the head of the waxwork model? Does that mean... Oh, goodness! I see you joined the dots, Miss Shuto. Excellent. Of course, a headless waxwork model. Case of Dr. Madden Tassville's model that you'd largely solved. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing. Indeed it was. I believe Madame Tassville will now have to settle her sizable account with me. This, as you've now surmised, is the head of the infamous professor. Yes. Why is it here? This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the professor from Madame Tussbell's and returning it since earlier today, was none other than Enoch Drebber. This is incredible. Mr. Harebrain's case and the Waxburg abduction are inextricably linked by Enoch Drebber's workshop. Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure. The architect? You mean Mr. Drebber? As it seems quite impossible that he escaped via one of the skylights. Obviously, the man must still be in here in the room. And his location should be abundantly clear. In the safe. He was simply reflecting on the journey we made together during this deduction. You know, Drebber is here, right? Somewhere in this room? So, Mr. Naruto, will you do the honors? Yes, of course. Drebber's hiding place must be the safe.
Take that!
Before we gain access to this back room, we heard noises from in here. Which tells us that the engineer was still in the building at that point in time. He was in fact searching for the combination for his safe. Impressed for time, made an attempt to right the furniture that he overturned in the process. From which we can deduce that his search for the combination happened very recently indeed. In summary, Mr. Enoch Drebber is at this very moment inside the safe. Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Let's get him out of there! So, Mr. Naruto, I think perhaps it's time we end this game of hide-and-seek, don't you? By opening the safe, you mean? What else? Let's see, the combination was 1 4 3 2 5 8 2. I knew that. All right, then. Here goes. Hi. You found me. Sir! Whack! Alright then, sir. Mr. Enoch Drebber, I presume. Correct. You'd better start talking, you tricked Professor Hairbrain with that bogus machine you built. You shall have to explain the death of the Waxworker Master Tussfells as well. Most, I would be delighted to answer your many questions. Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. Deactivate? Your parcel? The bomb. I refer, of course, to the time bomb. I left it in a most prominent position. I see. Stunned silence. You're all gearing up to die with me, then. God damn it, dude. Shoals, only 7 seconds to spare. That was too close to cover. I've got 1 foot in the grave already. Are you trying to help us get a killer or get us killed? Sholmes abductions can be completely life-altering, can't they? Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. The resemblance to an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say. Gravity devices don't exist. Phew, I wouldn't push you, Mr. Sholmes. God, what a freaking weirdo. Is there anything... Wait, what? Oh. Slot. This looks very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you could remove the mask yourself. It was put on you. What a terrible way to treat someone. What a convicted criminal. I know. It's starting to make me livid, actually. Senator, please. I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless. Well, yes, that's true. I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger. Oh, right. Sorry. What on earth happened in here? You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Everything in here is precisely what it seems. Yeah, we'll be giving it thorough going over. Don't you worry, Drebber. What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt. Whistling? That would have been me. Oh. For some reason, I woke in fine fiddle today. No words, just tightly squeezed chips. Clearly I must have had a screw loose though, as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I had written it down. We also found a rope over by the wall. Yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So I then set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. Burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably, though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters. And after that, you hid yourself inside the safe? I mean, first set this parcel ticking. Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. Yeah. So, you attempted murder. So that just makes you even more freaking incriminating. Get a death wish, have ya? Hiding right beside a ticking time bomb? Please. Why do I suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe. It's specifically designed. A dynamite explosion would leave a scratch on it. So in fact, the safe was the only safe place. Precisely. To climb inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again. I invite you to look more closely. Safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be locked from within. So it is. I had always intended to blow this place to smithers in any case. I just wasn't expecting invited guests to come along and screw up my plans. Do you mean to say we're planning to blow us all up? No, that was unforeseen. It's still attempted murder. What do you mean? Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. I calculated the time for retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works. Something wrong, Rexon? Do I have something on my face besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth? I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now. What about the two incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Mr. Harebrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition. And the wax rod you stole, which this head belongs to. That's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the professor. Clad in a mask with a lock so strong I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it around as protection, after all. What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here. Yes, well... Dr. Scythe again. Surprised the investigation team are here. And you know full well that this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongen knew of this, you'd be finished. You lot, leave at once. My dear madam, there's no need for such threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Scythe? Hello, Sholmes. Sholmes knows Dr. Scythe? For Perhaps protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you are quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell, you. Get out. But of course, we'll show ourselves the door. I see you haven't softened at all. Sonododo? Yes? It would appear that our Dialfly entertaining investigations have run their course today. But, Mr. Sholmes! Let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. I say get out. Now! All of you! Your presence here is not required either, Gregson. Understood. But I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place, and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb set in here, at this lot disarmed. Inspector. Something giving you a chuckle, has it, Drebber? Ah, so sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes. You did disarm that one. Eh? What are you... That one? You mean... You asshole. What? You asshole. Just an hour later that we heard the news. The enormous explosion that ripped through the experimental stage at the Great Exhibition. Professor Harebrain's invention and all its secrets were blown away forever. You asshole. Yeah, no, this guy's the freaking killer. No, without a doubt. He's the freaking killer. Good morning to you, Mr. Naruto. Good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? I hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left to... Good morning, my dear fellows. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here. Why, naturally. A true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times. Thank you, I really appreciate it. I'll see you later then. A man can't set off a bomb without being suspected of a crime. Well, the thing is, he made that machine, and he clearly put the bomb in there for a reason. To a point that we couldn't get evidence out of the freaking machine. So it's like, what's he trying to hide? What's he trying to hide? Plus, I'd imagine those cops that were there probably got injured, so that's great. Just do your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. Well, I realize it was a mistake, but my dear fellows, I must interject. You're still here, Mr. Sholmes? What's the matter? Surely you've opened up some phrase, have you not? To be asked in my direction, Sorry? I don't follow. Must I spell it out? I, the great Sherlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation. arose at some ungodly hour to be here now. First thing in the morning, a miracle, you must agree. I must agree, then. As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers up, shook me, poked both of my cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred. Yowza! Oh my, Iris has been busy. Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice. Ah, I see the spirit of a fellow scientist when he realizes the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the worthy appraiser, not Iris. This is my victory. Sorry to cut in. Oh, Inspector Gregson, good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow, why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour? Oh, I don't know, maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh? Hear me, are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? What? I don't know! Poor Professor. Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? Ah, I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. You don't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives? It's Professor's autopsy report. That mass murderers killed 5 members of the aristocracy? He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. He was quite quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. By Courtney Stevens. Wait. Courtney Stevens? Why is her name changed? Yes, much obliged, Gregson. Us lowly lot of the honor, just doing what we can in the shadow of the great Detective Sholmes, of course. That's weird. Well then, Professor Harebrained, this is it. Today we're going to lay this all to rest at last. Wish you the best of luck, Professor. I suppose he'll be in there today, will he? Drebber. Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him out as a witness. I'm still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much. Counsel and defendant. Trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Sit then. The final chapter. Funny. My heart's racing a little. I've felt this before, actually. Strange foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. Well, we're gonna do our damnedest. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. Resume the public hearing of Albert Harebrained here present, who stands accused of murder. Are the counsels ready for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed? The prosecution is ready, my lord. Defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Van Zieks and his apprentice with him. His apprentice with a memory loss. If I may, Lord Van Zieks. Yes, my lord. There appears to be someone standing at your side. Ah, yes, my apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. Whack! I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial. And the smooth running of liquid refreshments by the look of it. The way he holds himself, the way he moves. Couldn't be anyone else. He's still suffering from amnesia. There's really nothing we can do at the moment. I know, but... oh, this is so very hard. Yeah, it's Kazuma. It appears the prosecution has done fine in responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question. Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly. Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I've been chosen to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today. Are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty. If so, despite the deception and deceit, I find it so very wary. To take a man's life with a conjuring trick is against the man's code, not to mention the law. Any fake scientist should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me. We have to listen to what's said on both sides on the fence, and I'm set on that one. That's it, isn't it? Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. All parties are ready to proceed. You may begin, Lord Van Zieks. Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Yesterday, at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case. The super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine was installed on the experimental stage. Was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons. What? An explosion? This is an outrage. Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithers, and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames. I have here a photographic print of the scene taken in the wake of the explosion. It shows what little remains of the machine. Yes, terrible business. He did destroy the evidence, did he? Enoch Drebber. What would take this print as evidence, counsel? Late yesterday afternoon, the prosecution afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the case will remember forever in obscurity. Indeed. A most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that we can be certain. But it was the accused himself who was operating the machine, and who ultimately caused the loss of control.
Objection.
As Lord Van Zieks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Osmond died as a result of the accident that caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names, Counsel, if you please. The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself, Mr. Odie Osmond. So what exactly were those two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intended to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Thank you, counsels. Positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Zieks, summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to the stand. State your name and occupation for the court. Name, Enoch Drebber. Occupation? Hard to pin down, I would say. See that block wrong? Yes, why do I feel as though I've seen it somewhere before? Oh, you too? I exactly the same feeling myself. Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinary sounding business. But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Cleave it from your mind. You're familiar with a public experiment carried out at X-ray exhibition some days ago. A huge super high voltage incident in Kinesis demonstration. Yes, you could say that. I'm aware of it. It was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. So our investigations indicate that can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it in a precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all. And the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. What? Good gracious. Do you mean to say the experiment was a bona fide? Is that your belief, sir? Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up.
Objection.
I've already established that the machine was nothing more than a proper and elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection.
You've established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that of the same outcome that it could have been produced by the means of trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated it feasibly, nothing more. But... we procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition. Understood. Oh, you freaking weirdo. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Osmond's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints I constructed the machine to its precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have been required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst in the Crystal Tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. A body double? That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something had moved when in reality it hasn't. It's a basic conjuring principle. Deception cannot be achieved without submitting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But it would be right in saying that you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines. Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Osmond had no twin siblings. It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in the conjuring artfulness. Such talents do not indicate that it was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, concerned about what, by all accounts, must have been extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever you do mean. Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploit to light, Mr. Drebber. Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists who elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess general knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. Investigation and witnesses were some attest to the claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in science there. Yes, it's true, we spotted it there ourselves. If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged in a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to stifling talentless scientists in the past. Would you therefore assert that the explosion of that machine was an unfortunate accident, or of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by a misuse of the science? Or you're the one who did it. Counsel for defense, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Which one? All the spectators saw the birdcage above their heads and then crashed headfirst in the Crystal Tower.
Objection!
That's what I feel. Examine the cage that crashed into the Crystal Tower itself. As you see, the cage, which with its wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet in the glass of the Crystal Tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. I agree. Damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of the damage. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying? That's the opposite of where they should be. That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the Crystal Tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two birdcages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Gah! Gah! Good gracious, explain yourself, witness. Well, if we examine the facts, there is only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first in the tower.
Objection!
But multiple witness reports claim it fell head first. Birdcage materialized in the sky next to the balloon, lying over the stage following a spontaneous explosion. At an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level, which is probably 18 meters. It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet in the Crystal Tower in the ensuing deflagration. With witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable.
Objection!
But the victim's neck was broken.
Objection!
He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. The riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though, to be more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebrae. Actually, he wasn't quiet for long. I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Zeeks. The witness is clearly a swindler, and one who deceived a personal friend of his. If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Sorry? I feel like that's the undertone here. Ah, yes, and there's one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very blatantly demonstrates. What? It seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Drebber, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth. Of course, you must treat the matter scientifically after all. Oh, I nearly had him there. Whack. This clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. I'm sorry, but,
Objection!
wait, what? It clearly could have fallen! Damn it! Damn it! Yeah, whatever. Finding jarring, yeah. Let me think. Oh. There we go. This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in midair before falling down in the Crystal Tower. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. No! Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel. Yes, my lord. Of course. You will indicate the place in which you were referring to in the diagram. The alternative location from which the birdcage could have fallen was at 30 feet. The stage.
Take that!
The place I'm referring to is here. But that's where the birdcage could have been to begin with. Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage. And what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Go on, counsel. It turns out the experimentation stage was built as a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram in fact, you'll see that it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon above the crash site. And when the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and we can assume there would be a void underneath. This birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Got him! Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two.
Objection!
My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such contrivance in its design. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the Kinesis machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic print seen following yesterday's explosion. Good lord, Metal Grill, that floor machine is undone. Yes, most likely blown by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. Mr. Drebber. It was you who built the Kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built the two bird cages that were used to carry out the deception. Whether Professor Harebrain's hypothesis sound or not makes no difference. Because it is the construction of the machine that matters, a machine that is designed to take Mr. Osmond's life. And lay the blame firmly at the professor's door. Something could have only been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Objection!
If my learned friend had reached the end of his wild assertions, the prosecution will like to crush the defense's argument slowly but surely. What? Your argument fails to hold water on 2 counts. 2? Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff from the exhibition had attested to that. And I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment. In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages.
Objection!
But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to. Nonsense with a crossbow. That doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed in the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigation team is unequivocal on that point. Ah! And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. A motive? Do I have to think of everything myself? I have here a contract provided by the witness. What contract is this, Lord Van Zieks? The contract in which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Osmond, it reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remuneration from government grants or other income. 30%? Certainly very favorable contractual conditions. But there was one very important provision bolted into that clause. What provision? Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that most contrary parties are alive. In other words, neither asserted I, the contract will become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Osmond's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having nothing to do, as you suggest, is nil. What? Seems the defense assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Van Zieks, you will submit the contract as evidence, please. It's true. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage with one in the Crystal Tower. He could have done it. In any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. There is no aspect of your argument, one that still holds true, however. There were 2 birdcages. The prosecution is not able to deny that. So I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruto. I have no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths, too. Would seem the defense has no rejoinder to offer. Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built. Instead, my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection!
At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only 1 birdcage. Yet now, we know there must have been 2. In other words, there was one more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point. The stage demonstration was constructed and set up entirely by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. Hehehe. So, you're starting to mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself. Points to the fact that someone else was involved. Someone else, Counsel? Are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. Mr. Trevor had an accomplice.
Objection!
Accomplice now. Well then, I presume you're prepared for what's to come. Now that you're accusing not only his witness, but someone else of most serious crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. Well, counsel, you intend to pursue this course, or formally accuse another party of involvement in the matter? What do I do here? At the moment, this is a little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Trevor has an accomplice or if he really is the culprit here. I think he has an accomplice. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear as a lawyer. So what's my stance going to be? Do Trevor have an accomplice or not? Name an accomplice. Defense is ready to name Mr. Trevor's accomplice. Somehow the two Burkages must have been switched. Everything points to that. And according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. Unless it's been forged by Courtney Scythe. That instantly itself is a clue. Counsel? My lord? You have received a stark warning already, if you are nonetheless determined. Then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So your answer, please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Trevor's accomplice? Courtney Scythe.
Take that!
The name of the person in question is... What's wrong, my Nipponese friend? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. Of course I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I'm sure we'll be alright, Mr. Naruto. Thank you, Miss Sukuto. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you all appear exactly the same to the enemy. Alright then, here goes. Kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, Counsel, now. Person who colluded with Mr. Trevor in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe. What the place are you on about, Dr. Scythe? That forensic investigation team in the coroner who going under the autopsy on the victim? Yes. Yes. I know there were two Burkages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and area was immediately sealed off. And everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It could have been in the team's presence. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened in the following incident. Defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. You've got a nerve, lad? Sending my up there, dragging the Yard's name through the mud? I didn't mean to. I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal? My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End tonight. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another great problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A great problem? Oh my word. Who do you claim I acted as the victim's doppelganger? What? Certainly if the birdcage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another. That cage must have also contained a body. Oh, the waxwork, of course! And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling a victim had been reported. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Osmond. That's true. My argument is that there were two bird cages. There must have been one person inside each. I don't know if I got an answer to this, have I? What can I do to reveal the body double was achieved? Present evidence. Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Osmond's body double. Good gracious evidence. We hope this isn't a filibustering council. Council is expecting a name. If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now. Body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage. Which means that anyone has been from the 60 feet away. What was it that appeared out of the explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? Aha! The body double inside the birdcage was the waxwork head.
Take that!
We know that the victim, Mr. Osmond, was in the birdcage that was situated in the Kiss machine on stage, and therefore he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else. Described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the Crystal Tower. Yes, Council, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events. And that body double inside the second birdcage was in fact... It's alright, Mr. Dodo. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself and come out with it. Thank you, Miss Suzuto. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was... And unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there...
Objection!
Of course. Open your eyes and look in them to mine, my Nibonese friend. Now tell me, what are you playing at? Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. This is the time to show your Japanese spirit. The court will observe this is a waxwork model. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murder from 10 years ago with the Professor.
Objection!
You stated by indicating the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now you move on to indicating waxworks. Yes, that's about the size of it. But why? Why this waxwork? It's nothing like the victim. In fact, it would hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give? If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber. What? Just days before Professor Harebrained performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Tussbells. Did you say abducted? In 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned to the museum. And the timing. Is this true, Mr. Drebber? Yeah. First, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now the reason is clear. He took it so he could put it to the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Osmond. Gah!
Objection!
Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. And that, to effect deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are you ready to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Objection!
Wait! Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. My lord? I need to speak, if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Very good. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings to the court to hear now.
Guilty! Guilty!
Yay!
Guilty! Guilty!
Fuck y'all.
Guilty!
Kill me!
Y'all are freaking weird. I'm showing you evidence, and you're not listening. So as indicated by the foreman of the jury has reached a consensus. I knew that was going to happen. You shall get through this, Mr. Noto, as we always do. And uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. I'm gonna have to appeal to the jurors as usual, and see if I can persuade them to change their minds. Vince will now embark on the summation examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided the defendant is guilty of crime in which he is charged. I'm actually gonna be right back. I'm gonna get a little snack. Just a small break. Need to like refill my water, stuff like that, and whatever else, but we'll be right back. Soon. I'm back. Let's continue. I've known that woman for years. She'd never been accomplished anything. It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another. Unless they're siblings. Maybe. Oh dear, this is most troubling, but surely Waxwork the man still has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? I've had my own problems with the members of police. I do not trust them much. I've seen no rigorous proof that this Waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture. And someone with outright evidences. He's not a proper job, is he? I won't have it. Somewhat unsurprisingly, seems the introduction of this Waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion. Given that its face is obscured and its build in no way resembles that of the victim. I can only applaud my learned friends tremendously at suggesting it as Mr. Osmond's body double. Yes, the applause is deafening, and yes, I know it seems extraordinary. But that's the point. So I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. What are you thinking, Mr. Nohodo? Can't explain why at the moment. Feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used, when it had to be this model. Really? Reason why nothing else would do, you mean? Yes, and I'm convinced it's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Well, if that's the case, prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yes, agreed. Have to find a way out of this. If you are ready, Counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. Let me think.
Hold it!
Let's press. Why would you assume that? Well, quite simply because that unsullied swindler has no relation with the woman, does he? True, as it seems we don't know any of the connection. Oh gosh, it'd be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in the waxwork. Romantic? A woman of society as myself views everything in the terms of relationship, you know. Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to. One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant in this coroner room and perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there. This woman. Maybe more astute than I've been giving her credit for. That's a woman's stance. Perhaps demonstrating some connection between the Waxwork and Dr. Scythe would be enough. Yes, I agree. As soon as we have even a whiff of connection, she'll be the first to know. Yeah. What problems?
Hold it!
What sort of problems? Hey, we haven't run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street. Right, I see. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on the stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences.
So we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners, and the like. Police, but the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult. He sure likes spinning it. Go spin it, dude. I mean, something to say in response to that, Mr. Automole. Who are you calling a mass murderer? Sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him. I don't do anything like the man. You want to be locked up, Sonny? Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we could move on? Really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. And clearly you do. Back in my day, back in the good old days, it wasn't like this. What was it like, sir? We worked our fingers to the bone during the public stress we did. But we earned it. People respected us back then. Respect you? I want to call the coroner in question in them days. Coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name in it. She's best of the best.
Hold it!
Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens? Sorry, got a bit carried away there. Stevens is Dr. Sight's maiden name. Aha! So they are related. Her maiden name, so that was before she was married. Of course, yes, silly me. It's Sight now, isn't it? Stevens. Sure I've seen that name somewhere recently. Well... She's related because she looked over the victim's body. Well, not the victim's body, the professor's body. Anyway, the point is that they were great days of policing, not like now. Sorry to interrupt, sir. Do you think you could change your statement to include that name? Well, yes, I don't see why not. And then I can pit number 6 with number 2.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious, to what statements do you refer, counsel? So, juror number 2. Gosh me, what can I do for you? I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe. Sharon has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before. Well, naturally, as a woman's society, I find such a connection irresistible. But oh golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean. Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens. And though that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it. My goodness, evidence, you say? How utterly enthralling. Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there is substance to your claim. Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Scythe to the mass murderer known as the Professor. She was the coroner of that case.
Take that!
I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago. 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does that have? is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor. Professor's... A man was a capital offender, so... That's right. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Oh my, Courtney Stevens. Strike a light! Appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Drebber was very deliberately... Mr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of Professor from Madame Tuspells. A waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Osmond, at all. And do you suppose there's some unsavory relation between these events? Absolutely, I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the Professor case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to discover. Between Dr. Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Drebber. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is all most extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further. Quite right. Can't let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's the cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best coroner. It wasn't like this in my bay. We're still here to uphold justice in the end. Now, who else to... See no rigorous proof that his waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture.
Hold it!
Oh, yeah, we do have evidence. Yeah. But you claim the whole insidious kinesis chemistry was a trick. That I did. There's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there? Sorry? I grant you, given that this cage has appeared from the mist and explosion, there would have been no need to use a real person. But a waxwork could have been used. Or could have at least had the decency to make it look like the victim. I'm not sure exactly how criminals are governed by decency. The point is, if you're looking to make a claim about that waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's not just science. I suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. That perhaps means his mind could be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence. Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside that birdcage. Or said it or not. Yes. We have the glass that was inside that coat. Oh? Sworn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So in your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting the sense of trepidation here. I trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying. We do have some evidence that proves the waxwork was inside the cage, namely the glass.
Take that!
What's that? A piece of glass? Oh, it's unusually thick for glass. Yes, it's a piece of broken glass we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass though, it's very thick, merely made for extra strength. Much like special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower. Holy smoke! Exactly, the centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass. From whence the small piece originated. Is that it? Precisely. So what do you say? Now that clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you. Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reason is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. In light of what you've shown me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter. In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please. Well, we have evidence, so pit these two together.
Objection.
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious, to whom seems to refer to counsel? If you could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5. No, you mean me? You pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. But the accusation that the works were modeled was inside the second bird cage on the day in question. It's not without supporting evidence that the events demonstrated in a juror sitting beside you. Oh, is that right? Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument? I don't understand besides Colonel Cobb, to be honest. Of course you don't. If I could interject here. Please do, sir. Now that the assertion of yours about the works has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me as a man of science not to pursue the matter further. Come on, kid. Come on, kid. Well, me too, then. Sorry? Rainy gentleman says he's right, and he must be. See, I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb or anyone who's got stuff in between the ears. Whack! Success, if you can call it that. Thank you, counsel, that will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now called guilty against 4 who called not guilty. Currently, the court has failed to reach consensus at this time, and the trial must continue. We did it! Well done, Mr. Naruto. Another wonderful victory. Waxwork the despicable professor. Used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say, it's surely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation. It's the Waxwork professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe. I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link. I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't. The truth, sir. Am I using evidence and testimony? Court has delved further into the alleged involvement of Waxwork in this case. Then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness. The owner? Madame Tuspels. I really thought that Lord Vinces would object to this whole line of inquiry. Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Tuspels to appear as a witness with immediate effect. Listen carefully, my learned friend. Oh, yes? You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box. The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand. Madame Tuspel, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord. I'm gonna assume this is gonna be the final part of the case. Ah, the Knight Errant himself. Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? It's been on the edge of my seat. I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs. As a spectator, at least. Glad you've been enjoying yourself. But I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. This is Professor business all about. Doesn't look like a professor I've ever met before. Who even is he? Of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred with me. But who knew the monster wouldn't come knocking at your door, my heartfelt sympathies. Ha ha ha! As it turns out, Lord Van Zieks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he? Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock. And now one works for the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. Extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow. To throw that in front of the man. Make it sound deliberate. Can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. Oh yes, in what particular manner? Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Van Zieks. Seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow. Yes, in fact, I alone am not a member of this sect. So that leaves me as an empty sect, alone with no intersection to any other. Excuse me. Dr. Scythe! Ah, Dr. Courtney Scythe, nee Stevens. Good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. What in particular, pray? You requested that 10-year autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell nothing but corpses and disinfectant. Police on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Scythe. And I have accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand to tell the truth of what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. Lord Van Cease won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Fuck what that guy says. Lord Strongheart. The Pandora's box you warned fun is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice. I have always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets. None at all. That's all I came here to say. So, good day to you. We're gonna get you to talk, whether you like it or not. So, screw you. You should mention it too. This Pandora's box. Whatever does it all mean? There's really no cause for concern, I assure you. When the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you like it or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Ah, yes. One word of warning before I go. If in the course of this trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Alright, I understand. Thank you. Good. I shall make myself scarce then. There was still a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth. What did that roaning for Mr. Shone really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. It's time for the final chapter then. I'm determined to find the truth. No matter what. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsel for Defense and Prosecution, are you ready and able to continue? The prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. Bence is also ready. As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation, as seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nibonese is involved, my lord. So then, let's begin our explanation of the defense's assertion that the Waxworks is hardly involved in the madness. Lord Van Zeeks. My lord. Are we still awaiting arrival of Madame Tuspels? Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned. Very well. Bring in the witness. At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Tuspels to the stand. Things are about to become a lot more intense. If Drebber is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Scythe. What connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present, it's all we have to go on. Oh, she's making a proper Sholmes waxwork at the moment. State your name and the occupation for the court, please. My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspels. I am a waxwork artisan. And the proprietress of the Madame Tuspels Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon. Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are 2 of them in the world. Oh my, what expression is he carving onto that face? A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from a museum. Can you confirm this? Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped. Waxwork model? Kidnapped? Yes, my lord. There is a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have been told outside of the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was used as a substitute for the body of a murder victim. At present, that is no more than an issue proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Osman. And of course, I know him well. He is part of my Odious Personages exhibit. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Osman does not resemble the professor at all. But perhaps their faces are very similar. Are you suggesting that we should see the demasked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock. This is absurd. Pardon? I don't know what face you carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed. The man's identity was never made public after all. The trial took place in a closed court. Proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was suddenly executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information. Unless... Que dommage. It would seem you are unaware of the Tuspel's principles. What principles? Right. The family Tuspels have always prided itself on sculpting its models a la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. It's voila, our principles. There's well-known legend about the Tuspels waxworks from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Tuspels family is said to have made a wax for the Queen, who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the Queen's face was carved in minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We Tuspels will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica at our subjects. Dear me, somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose. Is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations. Do you mean to say that beneath that mask? Oui, the true visage of the killer is there. It's ludicrous. It's out of the question. The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tuspel's special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer emerging from his grave. It is a sight to behold. You should come. I think, madam, it would be beneficial to hear your phone testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation. With pleasure. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Tuspel's friendly principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger, and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. Aha! Meaning that, Drebber actually saw the face of the professor and used that information to give to her. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered. Gravedigger, the man stationed this. I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is still celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did it do, huh? So you truly saw it. The face of that monster. Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But Tuspels would not be Tuspels though we did not insist on the absolute fidelity of our sculptures. I don't believe this. I myself have seen the special exhibit in your museum, madam. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave. The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. Wait. Oh, Osmond. Does that... Wait. Of course. Wasn't he like a journalist? Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was like a journalist, at least as a cover-up. So that would make sense. Just the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitness who saw it. Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words. The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. It's a wise word from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it? That is correct. The professor you see before you here. Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with a cross-examination. Sparksford links Drebber to Dr. Scythe. There has to be some reason for that which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. For that, Dr. Scythe and Drebber were in this crime together. You're there longer than you expected to be. I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open and I had some problems with the chin. Oh. Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing, and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean? When I take the impression of a visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? It's because of rigor mortis. A rigor mortis? It's a name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to the relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered. Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one. As the Mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw. I see, so that's why you wait. Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work. Ugh, it's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. What about this information the court's just heard from Miss Tussfels? Significant. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us. You might include it in your formal testimony. I believe it could be significant, you see. Of course, I do not mind at all. Can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave. This is no time for jokes, Miss Suzuto. Madam, kindly amend your testimony as discussed. Bien, sir.
Objection.
Okay, it was correct. Madam Tussfels, I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. Confirms that the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And is that a problem? I believe it is, because your testimony and particular detail in the report completely contradict one another. Yeah? Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? According to your testimony, Madame Tussfels was created your wax impression just before dawn. At that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, madam? You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 or 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time. On the other hand, if you look at Dr. Sight's report, it's quite clear it states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. No. Professor indeed died at midnight that day. By the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would have already have set in. Yes, you are right, the chin. He would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. Give me one moment. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Impossible! Yeah, so this is beyond folly. Not only do you indicate the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, but you also implicate members of staff at Barclay Prison where the execution took place.
Objection!
My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? Professor died that night, without question. Did, of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands. Yes, Professor died that night. What if he didn't die at the gallows? Didn't die at... Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting that happened in that case? Died. I think he died at the graveyard. It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Scythe, the professor, and that one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night. Counsel, present the evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened the night of Professor's execution. This one.
Take that!
What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now? Well, if this article is to believe, yes. Professor is soon dead, following the execution emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool. It's simply a rumor published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? Point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened. My word, yes indeed. Was we the young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night?
Objection!
Of course there was a witness, the story didn't write itself, but obviously, the man made it all up. In case it was 10 years ago now, there would have surely been no hope of finding him.
Objection!
I'm sorry, but no. On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well. What? Are you suggesting, Counsel, that you identify the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen this utterly incredible events take place? Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here before my very eyes. Who is such your latest claim now, then, Counsel? Who is the alleged witness of this staggering scene from the scene? Enoch Drebber.
Take that!
The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber. Drebber? The previous witness. Special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork. Recreates decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling about the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber. Surely not, Counsel. Drebber was there in Lowgate Cemetery. What is all this talk about Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant? Of course, Madame Tussell doesn't know, does she? Yes, extremely significant, madam. To your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man. None! But that would mean... Tuspels. It would appear you know the name Enoch Drebber. Yes, I know it. From long ago in the past. What? Oh my. Good gracious. Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know. Yes, of course. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago. Was published in every single newspaper in London throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from in one newspaper. The Daily Circus is a paper from which comes the article I have already shown the court. You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article? Goodness me, yes, here it is. The university student experienced this shocking event as Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. Unbelievable! When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my House of Horrors, whether it's the truth or not. I see. So then you Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt a waxwork of the man, did you? Exactly. He was studying science at the University of London those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery. So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. The criminal had been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. The public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a wax model of the executed criminal, possibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork spilled is a poor match for the victim, his face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to the 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed in the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Osmond, but that same waxwork, then the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated Dr. Scythe would have noticed immediately. Yet she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court had seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying? Dr. Scythe put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined to find exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected. According to the missive I received this morning in your prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case? She told us herself, didn't she? Lord Van Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. Something happened on the night of the killer's execution 10 years ago. Surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zieks. The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped. But Lord Van Zieks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Yes. Let's Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together. Very well, I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send a notification with immediate effect. Arrest Dr. Scythe of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders. Alright then, Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe are colluding with one another. This crime could never have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away. I can feel it. Who's behind all this is about to come out. Come on, baby. Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Scythe. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zieks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not in my nature as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, then there's even a hint of wrongdoing that no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles. I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt. Mr. Trevor. You took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Scythe. As the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes, and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to the newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste any my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe's. A secret so profound that it would compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. So he was assuming you saw it. You can see the resemblance, actually, can't you? The man in Men in Tussville's, I mean. Sure, he's not going to claim that he really what he saw, especially not after all these years. He was researching on the University in London, was he? A bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me. What an interesting twist. One at a time, not one person would take me seriously. And now here we are, 10 years ago. 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters. And in a court of law, too. Very well, then. If everyone so wishes. Let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth. So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, of course, as you wish. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say? Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. It was all because of that newspaper article. Wait a minute. You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now? Of course. You'd have to have a screw loose if you believed a corpse could come back from the dead. But, so you're saying this article is not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly. Yes. The details in the article aren't true. It nullifies your argument for why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe would have been working together. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument? Tell me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate? That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students of the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is really lucrative. Of course, I never laid a figure on any valuables buried with the dead. So we're one of the so-called resurrectionists, perfectly unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name. The Repurposers. That is quite beyond the pale. Divine reputation, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. Cost me a great many headaches, and in the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with a bad grace that identified me unambiguously, I might add. I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Ah, yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He had right in front of me as I described the scene. So, you had actual reason to kill him then? You had a motive! 'Cause who is that name right there? O. Osmond. Odie Osmond. The man who wrote the article. You had a motive to kill him. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done. Claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish. Very foolish. Well, counsel defense, you may proceed with the cross-examination now. At once, my lord.
Objection.
Sorry, Mr. Drabber. I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. Oh dear, we seem to be at odds. But I was there, and you were not. I know what I didn't see. Illustration with this article was drawn based on what you told the journalists that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago. He was cited in close court, ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial. Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. But obviously the provision of this mask was not public knowledge. So, Mr. Drabber, as you just heard... A lowly student in the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration. Well, Mr. Drebber? It's a vile scene, isn't it, if you look closely? And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified. Which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a burglar-colored sight. But afterwards, I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it? You're certainly sticking to that story, a witness. Then amend your testimony explaining exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course, of course. Only too happy to oblige. Can't believe he's still not going to concede that point. What a freaking weirdo. What I in fact witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work.
Hold it!
That makes no damn sense. Fellow grave robber, what are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know? Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. You're clearly claiming it was just another student on equally sensitive business as yourself. Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly that fellow was such a mask to protect his anonymity. Did you say?
Objection!
There's more to the story, isn't there? Article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resting man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. You might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps. Fired upon one of them. Gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery. I think it might have been rather big news, my lord. Yes, well...
Strange.
I can only assume it was embellishment bolted on later by the reporter.
Excuse me.
What do you got to say about that, Tuspels? Madam Tuspels, don't you take it out on Mr. Sholmes. Oh la la, pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that is all. How Monsieur Drebber could claim this now? If you don't mind me saying, madam, what are you talking about? When I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, none, including the gunshot. Stop. You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection!
Have a care, Drebber. That's no way to speak to a lady. Please, Madam Tuspels, carry on. Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort. None. You were very explicit about the details. About the mask that the figure was wearing. And the blood that splattered over you when he was shot. Enough. Shut up, woman. You're making all this up. That will do. Mr. Drebber? Yes? You refute the account just given by Madame Tuspels. I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on, do you really expect us to believe you? Control yourself, Counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom. Right. Under the circumstances, I think it best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness. Very well. Hmm.
Hold it!
That young woman being Madame Tussbells, of course. Precisely. I must say I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article, and... Comme I found the man. Yes, article in Daily Circus, I think he said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. Disraeli consented to having a wax figure of yourself made and gave her permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded. Ah, oui, I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day. N'est-ce pas? Did you? I can't say I remember. What was it, madam? His camera. Ah. Oh, yes. I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery. Well, we got the blood stain on that, so there's proof of that. Took a camera with you, sir? To what end? Where are the details of the bodies I disinterred? But I had no intention of ever visiting Graveyard again after that night, so I sold it. I see. Still have it, monsieur. It is part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I am very meticulous about such details. It is the Tussbells' way. It seemed then. But this is the very camera the Mr. Drebber took with him to locate Zimmer on the night in question. Yes, interesting. Sorry dude, there was. I have it right here on the camera.
Objection!
Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera? But that's the camera from that fateful night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. And is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forwards on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it!
What's that? There, just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain. That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact. Good lord, are you suggesting... Yes, my lord. would appear to be a spatter of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to testify whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Tuspo's testimony was correct. And on a night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, And that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. Yeah. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
Why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. For whose then? Who could it benefit? Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody. My goodness, he's shielding someone? Yes. Yes, my lord. And clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed. Well, Council, who is it then? Courtney. Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night? Courtney.
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe. Scythe? Whatever you do mean? Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor, that would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain.
Objection!
But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging. They're really true, Counsel. The implication of the misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up. And it is exactly because of that, those monumental repercussions. Not 100% would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret. Even if that meant being complicit in a crime. You mean... I mean that Dr. Scythe was to collaborate in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Osmond with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Oh, it's been a while since he's done that. Lord Van Cease. Pray, forgive my freshly filled hollow chalice and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. Goodness me. It's just a sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, in a Scotland Yard cover-up and a conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the Ganon man really did emerge from his tomb that night only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever? Well, I have no idea at the moment. Too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend? Consider what? Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such a criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary. Quite. Hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it. To rely on some stage session when so much is at stake would be madness. This was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who already invested money in the venture would be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Osmond at all. Sorry, but you're wrong. You do have reason. I have evidence. Are you forgetting that his death results in me receiving a not single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no? There is a contract, that's very true. The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. The research grant was the aim. Taking Mr. Osmond's life would have had no sense anyway. Which means Mr. Trevor's motive wasn't money at all. It was revenge. He was just trying to kill Mr. Osmond. Why? What was his motive then? Your time is up, my little friend. I'd say you have no one last chance for the jury lose their patience with this charade. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? Oh, he actually backs up when he throws the chalice back. That's neat. How do you explain when this engineer would throw all the caution to the wind and threaten his own country? At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence. Alright. Who exactly was Mr. Osmond to Trevor? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. And I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. I'm gonna think it's... establish the motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here. That would be the article.
Take that!
It's this newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? The triple should have never been written. It's gutter and fresh nonsense that means nothing. Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Osmond dead. What other evidence? Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence, which with then contravenes with the newspaper honor, establishes a motive for the deed. Aha! Same signature!
Take that!
If this contract, my lord, Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Osmond. Yes, that's right. Very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. What? There's something very significant that this newspaper article and that contract have in common. The signature. Really? It's that common link. That shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odie Osmond. It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between the newspaper article and the contract? The signature.
Take that!
What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature. A signature? The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. What? As the court has heard, the illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see the Mr. Osmond's signature at the bottom. Let me see now. Good lord, yes! They're identical! In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Osmond.
Objection!
Well, explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Osmond? Well, if you think back, you remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. It's quite beyond the pale. You'd invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. Cost me a great many headaches in the end. I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. Yeah. At the time, you were a student at the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life. So Mr. Osmond used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? He did, my lord. In fact, it was widely held belief that Osmond managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, fumbling in the shadows. And all because of that article, written by Mr. Osmond. Enough! Stop this endless drivel about my life. What? Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber. Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypothesis anyway. We all did, only have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and painted by some wretch or other, after all. Good gracious. Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of that low gate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection!
Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? I'm sorry, but you have a trophy. Start to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you? And I have evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know. You... from Adam. Fine, if you think you have evidence, go ahead, show it. What could you possibly disprove that I was happy to leave the university because I lacked talent? The trophy.
Take that!
Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop. Ha ha ha! Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? What exactly is a trophy, Council? It's the greatest honor that could be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. Yeah, you were gifted. There's no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Good gracious. Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. And as a result of this one newspaper article, I don't know when you realized who Mr. Osmond was. When it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life. It's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. The truth is... finally, he's going to fold. Is he? Fine. Clearly this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. What? What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim. On the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. No. Good Lord! Dr. Scythe, do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was a professor again staring me in the face. And then before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. Why on earth will you buckle now? Well, there's no point in trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. Surely goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then? I admit nothing at all. What? Have you forgotten that the Kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. Oh boy. Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zieks? Yes? I hope you accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. I have heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain. Very true, and it slipped my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends? As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, hereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt. You mean... At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection? None, my lord. Congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. You proved Professor Harebrain's innocence. Without further ado, then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution and the defense have any other matters to discuss. Mm. I don't think that's it, actually. I think there's a little more than we need to know. I don't know, this doesn't quite feel quite right. Why did Dr. Sight suddenly admit to it like that? Is the thing alright, Mr. Naruto? Like I said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. Is that really what we want? We want the truth. The defense should be put forward now is further testimony.
Objection.
Defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord. I beg your pardon? We demand one final testimony. You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your clients, I presume. What are you playing at now, my Nibbity's friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. Mr. Naruto, what exactly are you thinking? The truth. The whole truth. And a way to bring it all into the open. Right. Yes, in hindsight. Yes, one more warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, you pursue it. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Sure, Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client. And to secure an acquittal. Obviously. But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court. To pursue the whole truth of this case until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe. Testimony from me? About what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. Huh. Maybe to save your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting everyone's time. As his lordship made it very plain, your clients will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point protracting this business further without another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Oh, he's in on it. Pray, forgive my careless handling of that hollowed bottle. I slipped. That's what you call it? What's your objection, Lord Van Zeeks? The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid! If there is more to this case than has yet come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. Yo, what? Lord Van Zeeks? This is a most irregular, to say the least. However, the prosecution also calls for it. I will uphold the request. Dr. Scythe will testify before the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber. Very well. It all began at the scene, when I saw the waxwork in the note tucked inside its jacket. The acquittal body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instruction, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specifically designed for the deception. So it seems, and all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. So kind of you to say. And what about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all? That's terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you. You must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for a cross-examination, I would say. No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Check the expression on Dr. Scythe's face. It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony. What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent? Very well. If you so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Yeah, I want to know more about that.
Hold it!
When you say you arranged, I presume you mean with this. Yes, the instructions in the engineer's note. Something along the lines of... fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Harebrained alone could have killed Osmond. So you mean that was your doing? I fetched Harebrained's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me, alone, to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen. Alone, Doctor? I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. There's a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then, I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So, the actual cause of death was the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. My word. What is it, Miss Suto? Something about Dr. Scythe's last statement is playing on my mind, that's all. Yes, mine too. Dr. Scythe? There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. Defense calls you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh, which part? What she did to the victim. How you stabbed Mr. Arlen in the chest, that part. Fine, if that's what you want. There's really no need to point. The prosecution concurs. Very well, you will supplement your testimony now, witness. If you wish, my lord. I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the top of the cage and plunged a screwdriver into the chest. Huh.
Objection.
That doesn't seem right. I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistently points to extremely uncomfortable truth. What on earth is the matter, Counsel? Have you lost your tongue? I'm gonna guess that Osmond wasn't actually dead. And then in that moment, she actually killed him. Accidentally. I apologize, my lord. Dr. Scythe, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point. It seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. An obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph, which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
The court has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it.
Objection.
Yes, we have already considered it. That's true. But we know the facts to be different. What do you mean? I believe we should let the defense explain. Here in this photograph, I would see the alleged incident with the witness's statement. The stab wound.
Take that!
Look closely at the bloodstain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends in a downwards direction towards the man's feet. Why is that significant, Counsel? If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Of course! No, that's not what happened. Exactly, my lord. Dr. Scythe made it very clear in the testimony just now, at the point of which she stole Professor Hairbrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim. Was after the grand deception was set in motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop. And the victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position. The blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For it to have formed the usual appearance we have in the picture is inconceivable. Ah, yeah, that makes sense. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, he was upwards, not laying down. It must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Osmond, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Scythe? You claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of a note he left in the waxwork. And you claim that you made the changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer. If that's the case, what is it, man? Counsel, you've clearly struck upon the revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Scythe's story is shown to be a lie but the contradicted in her testimony? The stabbing of the victim. The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If, when the victim was stabbed, the victim from the wounds seeped downwards as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. As you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
It's impossible. The man was dead, remember? No, that is the misapprehension. Uh-huh. That's what I've been saying. I don't think he was actually dead. When the birdcage fell on the stage in the void below, it must have hit the ground with a considerable force. But Mr. Osmond didn't die in the fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came round, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. But just as Dr. Scythe appeared, and she ensured that he would die. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. Mr. Oni Osmond's killer wasn't a defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain. Nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Can this possibly be true? Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him. You hope that my admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme the trial would end. Or you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Oh, do shut up! You're so desperate now that you're making all this up, as if I would do something like that.
Objection!
I assure you the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruto has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Huh, logic, don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. What? What do you mean? I thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Osmond? Oh, I think I know. Osmond was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder. There's no known connection to Dr. Scythe here. I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched. Just no obvious motive. There's still something in the back of my mind. I feel I've seen something here that hints at why the coroner might have done this. Remember the frickin' hundreds of scalpels? I think that's it. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and corrected a fake report. But murdering someone for no reason is a very different story.
Objection!
No, when you question what possible reason you could have had for wanting to kill Mr. Osmond, something did come to mind. What? What was it, Counsel? Enlighten the court at once. Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect at the time. There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Scythe would have wanted to kill Mr. Osmond. Scalpels. It's a scalpel, or rather, scalpels. Did you say scalpels? Oh. It would appear that word has struck a chord, Doctor. You... Come on! Out with it! It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. Look at this big thick book here. Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. We're in a forensic investigation team spending, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. $500 scalpels a month? First I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. And actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Osmond's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding. Tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward. 10 years ago, when Mr. Osmond was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may well have stumbled upon information that was researching the story. Information related to Dr. Scythe's darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade. Her darkest secret? Good lord, you mean? I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago, but clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Osmond in the heart with all your might, to silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. Breakdown time. You'll never understand. None of you. What we've had to cover it up all these long years. Breakdown time, breakdown time, breakdown time. Come on, come on. Bring the breakdown.
Wait, that's it? Nope. No elaborate breakdown? Aww. This very little machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb. Truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Science will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done. Tell the court the truth of what happened. "10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of the bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and consternation now, however. This is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fates had over you all these years. Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis? I mean, really. It's the addled-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. So they go on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness. Careful, Mr. Drebber. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it. You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim. Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. Revenge for the future that Mr. Osmond's honor had deprived you of 10 years earlier. The revenge you sought didn't stop, and Osmond did it. Which is where that very particular Waxper comes in. Yes, I see. Condemned bondman that you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. Your account of those events was all true. And obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. So your plan required that you abduct that particular Waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well. Or on Dr. Sight, to be precise. It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Osmond turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. About the coroner who handled that bogus autopsy being... Wait. Oh. About the coroner who handled that bogus autopsy being appointed head of the new forensic team. When I learned that news, cognitive processes started to devise the plan. What a horrid tale. He brought me on my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him. With that rotten Scotland Yard eating on my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I had to suffer. Your actions against those who ruined your future were justified as a revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I?
Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis. But he had no compunction about sacrificing the future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. He's correct. It resulted in the blame of another man who did nothing wrong. And Zeeks, what of Dr. Scythe? An imminent warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been reprimanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days along with Mr. Drebber. A most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions to her profession over the years. Really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that truth is the topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Harebrain. Oh, yes? Seems a great deal more to their experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you are absolved of all guilt. This whole experience has taught me a great but painful lesson. Me, this dedicated scientist, devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool. Master, I spent my life thinking of nothing but my research. Misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process I caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I. No, Professor. That's not true. What? Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing, his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way. Lord Van Zeeks. And the derision in which he referred to earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and your work, your fingers to the bone, to realize your dreams, that's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to ride another for such choices. No. Thank you, Baroque. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord? Is this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused? I presume there are no objections. None from me, my lord. Certainly not. This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision. It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever. What's that? He's done, is he? It's all over? I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place. Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant not guilty. Woo! What an elaborate freaking way to make sure a framed man isn't guilty. Court is adjourned. It's over. That was some trial. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? Oh, it is, it is. Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain. Mr. Naruhodo, Miss Tsuchito, I am truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough? Just glad it's all been cleared up, that you realize you were just caught up in a bad situation. Right now, you know, if I had that research grant money, I'd give the whole lot to you, every penny. Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so... You don't need any financial reward. Your quibble is more than enough. Oh dear, what can I do? Ah, how about this? As a memento, hear about my hypothesis inside. Well, that is just as a memento, thank you. I've been wondering, Professor, what are you going to do now? Oh my, yes. What am I going to do? My hypothesis and my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. Let's explore the great exhibition whilst I'm here too, see if new inspiration hits me. Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea. I cannot allow that. Lord Van Zieks, what are you doing in here? Baroque. I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You're like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey. You're one of the few true friends I have. Couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution. Or the defense. Sorry? Or the defense? Did I just hear that right? I always knew they had my best interest at heart. Don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. You're a lot to catch up on. Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you. What? From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets. But no! Hold on a minute, Baroque. What about the great exhibition? This is a chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around. No. No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea. Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Baroque. Lord Van Zieks? What's all this about? Unnecessary precaution. Yes, I think I understand. You do? Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Zieks at his office some days ago. He asked about how Mr. Natsume was doing. Yeah, it's for his safety. Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time, thinking it was nice of him to ask. Point is, Natsume is still alive and well. Even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as a prosecutor. You mean, the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? Those in the Reaper's sights meet their ends days or sometimes months after acquittal. That's been the pattern up to now. Of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent. True. Perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend. Baroque. Like the mustached Nibonese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once. Right. Does your friendship package get any say in it? Goodness, what's this your intention all along, Lord Van Zieks? In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, the man seems absolutely merciless, and yet sometimes I feel as though I don't understand it at all. It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being. Yes, alright. Well then, Mr. Naruto. Thank you so much for everything. Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you. Best wishes, Professor Hairbrain. Once the dust is settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now. Now, my Nibonese friend. Oh, yes, I thought you'd gone too. We have matters to discuss. Care spare me some time. You want to talk with me? I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. Oh, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. The Enigma, Barak von Zieks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes then. Discussing in private, eh? Oh. So are you satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from great injustice. Yes, I think so. I'm relieved, at least, that the man's innocence could be proven. Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nibonese comes from. Oh, this is gonna be something. At first I thought you didn't like me. Imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now I think differently. You clearly know our ways. So I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Can you tell me what happened, please? The Professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest. He took your brother's life. Clint, my brother, was Clint Van Zieks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens. He was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He's involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire Japan. Oh. 16 years ago, then. One of them could have been my father. Of course, I remember Dr. Miko Toba well. I had no idea. I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office.
One day, Clint introduced me to the three visiting Nipponese. So you've actually met my father. He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression on me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even. Just as an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. So sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. Truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway. So he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer. It was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I find myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. And I guess one of those students was the killer? In plain sight? Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the Japanese and British empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think. Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being conducted. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our two nations could very well have ended up in a war. What? War? Between Britain and Japan? That would mean... Oh my, you mean to say... Professor was...
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time. Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
Who is it?
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before,
Huh?
was Japanese.
Wait a minute. That face. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Is he remembering? Yep, it's Kazuma.
Father.
Oh! That's great.
What? Father? Kazuma! My best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, Finally, his memories returned.
He's back!
As he stood there before me. Ryunosuke. Hello again. My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
It's been a very long road. Thank you.
It sure has.
Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
I owe you thanks, too. For taking good care of that in my absence.
No!
Karuma, the great blade of the Asogi clan, passed down through the generations. When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. A Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
I've made it. At last.
Father. Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it. But I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Oh.
Kazuma-sama.
I see you do not exactly dislike him.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about. But now is not the time. I'll be seeing you.
That's all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
Ooh. So he's living the afterimage of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Yes, Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. 3 months ago when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there. Some connection. Why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Zeke's apprentice, and when he was suffering amnesia too? The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say.
I thank you for meeting me as I asked. Peace. 10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me. It was the first time I'd ever seen them. Poor Susuto-san, all this tied up with painful memories for her too. She's never talked about this with me before, though. Took time to adjust to having father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son. A boy, 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father. He was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Asogi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
Oh. That was worth it. That was worth getting through. Oh. Well, we're done with that. So we got 2 more. And we're done with Game 2 of Great Ace Attorney. So, Twisted, Karma in his last bow, Solverino, Seinodo Hodo. Yeah, we'll come back this next week. So otherwise, it's done. Case 3's done. We're good. That was a really good ending to that one. Was not expecting it to be that freaking... Like, I had a feeling the guy was already Kazuma, and I already had a feeling he wasn't dead. But that was really satisfying regardless. It was just good for them to see each other again properly. But, yeah. That's gonna be it for today. Tomorrow it's gonna be Ni no Kuni, and I'm gonna make sure I'm resting up enough for that, because the stream was a little longer today, but otherwise, yeah, appreciate y'all coming by out today. I will see you all tomorrow for that. And other than that, I want y'all to take care. Mwah, mwah, mwah. I'll see y'all later, okay? Take care.